Los Tacos con Salsa. What's going on? What's going on to the people? How are you doing? Meow, meow, meow. Still getting set up. We've got lots to do today, and we are cozy. We are feeling cozy today. It is getting very cold. Your bones may be chilled, but there's more reason to bring out some hot tea. I'm drinking some ginger tea. What's up, Cave? Hello. So we're going to be working on some stuff today. Namely, we have to add the projectile state to the piranhas. That's him spitting. And then we got to clean up rank 2 still. And we also got to add the spit, the projectile mode to the other piranhas. And then get started at least on the coding for the steel trap. It's an extra ground arcana that we're gonna bang out. I very roughly started the coding for it. I think I have the code done for piranhas. We just have to get that last pixel art in to just be like 100%, which we're gonna do today. We're gonna focus on piranhas most of all, just try to cap it. And then with the steel trap, I just did this art yesterday. Or the past few days, just kind of on and off, different ranks of the steel trap. And I did start like some light coding with it, trying to figure out what I'm going to do. And so there's going to be an animation, but initially I'm just going to use a 2-frame animation just to kind of get things started, which we might actually get to today, maybe. But there's a lot we got to do for piranhas still. Namely integrating this frame into the thing. So that's what we're gonna do. Might as well do a ceremonial build. Have I seen Epic? No. What do you mean by Epic? I did not see Epic. What is this Epic you speak of? Okay, now we should have access to the database, should be updated appropriately. Oh, the musical Epic? I don't think I've ever heard of that before. Not generally a big musical buff. I've seen Rent live. That's about it. And people are encouraging me to watch Little Shop of Horrors, which I have not done yet, but hopefully I will soon. Well, the hood's up. He means business today. Yeah, it's a little cold today. So I'm getting cozy. We're drinking hot tea instead of coffee today. We're not going to get wired. We're going to be kind of chill. We're going to be focused. We're going to devour this goal today, which is get Piranhas shooting projectiles, and we got to have him shooting projectiles in both directions. And then we have to clean up rank 2 once and for all. It's like we got started on it, but we never fully capped it. But I'm going to start with getting the projectile going for rank 1, so we can start testing that side of the code. We also have to update the actual Piranha projectile image here. I do mean business today, I will say. I guess I didn't make a projectile file. So I guess we'll steal this one. I'm just going to close the steel trap because I have a feeling I'm just going to continuously open that. I brought in the whole guy. No, man. I just want the bullet. I did come up with this other size. It's kind of like, I wanted it to be kind of like a spike ball, maybe. Spiky ball. A spiky ball. It's basically the Odyssey in song form, and it's amazing. Well, awesome. It's a friggin' amazing. Why does that look like a pea shooter from Plants vs. Zombies? It is the most famous of all my arcana for having never existed before. Basically, you can't have anything original anymore, and that's okay. People see the melee form, and they're like, oh, it's Audrey from Little Shop of Horrors. They see the projectile form, and they're like, oh, that's from Plants vs. Zombies. I think it looks like another Mario influence, but I can't remember the enemy. Anyways, I feel like I've seen it in many iterations. Again, I do this without reference. It just came from my brain, from all of these memories of things. vaguely in the past. I can't even recall where I've seen stuff that looks like that. I did play Plants vs. Zombies to try to see what it was all about. So maybe it's a little bit from that. I don't know. Need to create kind of like a medium version here. But all I know is that no matter what I do, everyone's going to see, they're going to associate it with something that they know. And I'm like, cool. Cool, bro. Cool, bro. It's the game of nostalgia. Nostalgia bait. Okay, so what was that for? Probably do more to touch it up. What's the emo hoodie? Are you okay? Yeah, what's up? I'm totally fine. I'm just a little chilly. Can't I be cold? Is that okay with you to be cold? Not everything has to have a meaning. Yeah, he's not okay. He's lost his dog. Yeah, exactly. What's that character? I'm Wick. John Wick. Is it John? I don't know. I remember shit poorly, especially character names. How to chase the bag. I mean, at least his car wasn't stolen by a mobster son. There's another stream who lost his pet recently. Lost 18-year-old. Not sure how I would do if the time came. That would suck. No doubt. It was a joke. I thought you were serious. No, I don't know. I might be coming down with a cold. Perhaps. I don't know yet. So I'm just trying to keep warm and take it easy. And it's like particularly cold in my room right now. It's like 64 degrees. It's normally like 80 degrees. So I'm not really used to the change. You know, it's turning into winter is coming. Yeah, John Wick. John Frick. It's okay. You can poke your fun. I'm used to the abuse. Maybe I'll keep it a square, and then it'll get spiky. Spiky. Rain or shine, sickness or health, we show up, we work. At least we try. If I get too sick, I'll definitely stop streaming in the future. So if you see me take a break in the near future, it might be because I get a bit of a cold. I don't know. But I'll definitely continue working. I'll just be like a vegetable in my bed with my laptop and my iPad moving forward. Defeating that which is not complete. You will be destroyed. All of my to-do lists. My to-do lists are long, and every one of my to-dos is complicated. It is a massive task that I face. Why am I doing that? I don't know if I can create this. Shift. It's not feeling very bulbous. Bulbousy. It's a tricky one. It's tricky. You haven't lived in cold climates? Don't you guys have heaters or something? Yeah, it's called blankets and hoods. The heater won't turn on unless it gets much colder. You're living in the 18th century. Cold climates turn into PvP zones during winter. You have to warm yourself by getting your neighbors on fire. What sort of savage land do you live in? What era are you from, Reawakened? Reawakened from what time? What is this barbarism? I would prefer to wear my neighbor's flesh and skins for warmth. Ooh, I did that once in Baldur's Gate 2. I don't know. They said, do you want to take this vest? It's made of elven skin. It's already made. And I said, I guess. And I took it. And instantly I became chaotic evil. It was unfair. It was unjust. It was just there. It was a skin jacket. Whatever. Now I'm evil. Whatever. People are so sensitive these days. It's so woke out there, you know. Can't have a vest made of skin of elves anymore. What is this? What has the world become? We used to be strong. We used to be warm and stylish. How do I want to do this? Maybe take the highlight off the edge. Just off the edge. I feel like I might rework these at some point, but I just want to get something kind of FPO, you know? Get it functional. As if I want to make a little spiky one, little plus. Let's try the plus. All right. Save. Just a preference thing. Takes a while to get the stink out. So sensitive. Can't people skin random people anymore? I know. What does the world come into? I know not. You're right now skinning Jeff. Is that programmer Jeff? No. He's our friend. Not our friend. Peer on her. Oh, we already have a file here. And I clicked the wrong thing. That thing. Yes. 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 With a projectile size of a 7x7. All right, created, moving on, a race. Here he is. Spitty face. We need to fix some stuff. I think I should just... Let's clean them up. Brr, brr, brr. That's why you can't go to Walgreens anymore. Just don't post on Twitter. You guys are maniacs. I knew it. You guys are maniacs. How did I know? Speaking of maniacs, yesterday I was watching Silence of the Lambs. Very good. Very good film indeed. Assuming at the end. So thinking maybe he's gonna get extended here, here. And I guess we could thin it out here and here. Have you heard of Pokemon Community Game? Pokemon Community Game? You mean like Pokemon Go? That mobile game that took over the entire world for like 2 weeks? I even downloaded it and played it for about 5 minutes. I did. 5 whole minutes. And then I said, no more for me. I've had enough. Maybe this could shrink too. Is Snow on Twitch? Is a Pokemon community game synonym for lawsuit? Yeah, only if you're Pal World. It's only if you design a game where you throw something at a thing and capture the thing with the thing. It's like, yes. Let Pokemon copyright throwing a thing at a thing, and you can't capture anything anymore by throwing a ball at a thing. So you changed it from a ball to something else. Or is it that entire mechanic? Can I not throw like a trap or like a rope? Why don't we just make it so that the only game that it can legally exist is Pokemon? And all other games must pay tribute, lest they burn at the stake. Throw anything or just a spherical thing? I think, see, that's not, I'm not sure. Might just be a spherical thing. Throw a brick to capture a creature. Yeah, I know. It's like if they make it just a little ball, then it could be like change it to anything, right? I would throw rope and capture the thing. That's something I don't think you could like take. I already think it's dumb anyways. Like if people like the concept of capturing beasts by throwing like a little prison, magical prison, like a genie lamp at them, which is what the Pokeball is. It's like a little genie lamp magically containing beasts. It's like, fuck it, dude. Just make the best one. Because wasn't Pokemon already like a copy of a game when it came out? Copy of like at least some sort of IP? Like I'm saying, nothing's original. All you can do is put your spin on it. Your set of conditions. Don't worry about being the first one. Worry about the one who's putting love and tenderness, TLC, into what you're creating today. But that being said, it's nice to iterate on something, because it's like, what if like someone took like the Pokemon concept, throwing a ball at a beast and capturing it, and then innovated on it, you know, like iterated in such a way that took it to a new level what would that look like? Ways to just like take it further, as opposed to just being like, no, it stops. This is it. Like, it can only ever be Pokemon, and this is like all we're ever going to do with it. And Pal World already showed that, like, when you take the same concept and you do something more to it, refine the idea, people are super into it. It's kind of like, bro, let them cook. Someone should go patent the high-level idea and sue Pokemon. Yeah. Basically, Pokemon Community Game is a legal bot on Twitch where you can capture Pokemon and then use them to fight. Then not enforce the patent after that. Basically, you side. Basically, a side thing. Okay. You ever get freaky with that thing? Oh, Torkoal, you sick puppy. You're all sick. You're all sick. And it's Torkoal's fault. Then how is it legal? That's a good question. I said it's a legal bot on Twitch. Also, I haven't been anything yet to poke Farm Q. They're just going to do their best to make money while they can. I'm already probably putting too many frames. Ba-la-la. Ba-la-la. Is that locked? What's going on? What the hell, bro? It's completely free. I've heard of artists doing stuff like that. If you're using too many like copyrighted materials, you just make the thing free. Programmer Jeff's alive. I knew it. Well, have a restful evening, my friend. Rest well. Tonight's music is relaxed. We are getting work done tonight. Just to be chill. Here on Twitch and also simulcasted to YouTube. YouBoob. Alive in coding, indeed. We'll be coding today too a little bit. Hopefully. Probably a bigger focus on art. I'd really like to finish the Piranhas plant. Getting the second mode in. It'd be great. It'd be good. probably puff it up even bigger. Let's see. Starting to feel like a plumbus. What are you doing today? Oh, yeah. You've been working on your Christmas event? Definitely getting to the point of too many frames. But let's see, what else can we do here? Maybe there, maybe there. It's gotta be like a... So we got to transition him from open mouth to slowly closing the mouth. You're taking some risk, but like Hermes said, you have a little, you have to live a little dangerous. Indeed, You have to live a little dangerously. Yeah, you got to take some risks for sure. spit it and quit it. Where the hell are those coming from? Maybe it should be like reverse, like recoil. Sukulos, what's up? I kind of want to call you Sucello because I see cello in your name and we're listening to cellos. Perhaps we should revisit how we pronounce your name. Sukulos or Sucellos? What's going on, man? I can call you Cellos. I like cellos. But it's Sukelos. 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 Some people call you music. Well, that's not unique enough. It has to be Sukelos or cellos. I like cellos. Especially if I'm the only one calling you cellos. So I have like the... So right here, I have them going forward. But right there where he like fires it, I think it should be reversed actually. We should be like recoiling. So when he comes back to this end, he'll go back into idle. And then he'll be like... Well, how you doing, Cellos? What's going on? I got a MIDI keyboard. I got just like a cheap MIDI keyboard, and it's keys are a little stiff. I don't love it. I do have like a keyboard that has weighted keys that I might use, preferably, but it's so big that this will be for like when I'm just kind of doing general stuff. But I don't think I'm going to want to jam on that one as much because the keys feel too stiff to me. And to like jack up the velocity too when I put it in FL Studio. So I'm still trying to figure that out. I got to get it so I can just jam, man. Just starting the day, deciding what to do before work. Yeah, you don't need anything fantasy. That's going to be for just when I generally need to kind of tool on something. But I don't think I could get like a real performance out of that thing. Because of the feel of the keys, which is why I might do more of the weighted key thing. I'm very like lightly working towards the music for the game. I need to study FL Studio a lot more. But I've been so focused on trying to get the art and stuff going that I've only just put like little pockets of time into it. Nothing really significant yet. Got to build that comfort with FL Studio first. So it's a thing. But I'm always trying to like clue in on like mixing tips and stuff. All right, this all can go. Just assume that's all wrong. Still too smooth. But we're getting there. We're getting there. In Ableton, you can even use the keyboard for MIDI input, which is useful for tinkering with ideas. Do things when it makes sense. Yeah. Like, I'm going to be using... I think I'm generally going to use that MIDI keyboard when I'm kind of like looking for sounds and stuff and doing, if I just need to do kind of minor things. But generally, I don't think it's going to be very good at giving me like a live performance because of the way the keys feel. It feels like you kind of have to like force them extra hard in a way. And so because I'm lacking that nuance, it's going to fuck with my timing. And I feel like there's already enough latency that like I wouldn't be able to get a live MIDI performance out of that little keyboard. You get what you pay for, basically. But in the end, it doesn't really matter, because as long as I get kind of like a rough ballpark, then I can quantize and, move the MIDI notes around anyways. But it would be nice. I like to get like kind of at least a rough performance that's like at least 80% there. I feel like with this MIDI keyboard, it'd be like I'd get it 60% there, and then there'd be a lot more repairs. But if I get like my weighted keyboard out, which is like a full keyboard, it's going to be a big pain in the ass. It's going to take up a lot of space. Oh, get that stretch in. Oh, oof. I can feel it. I did like 110 push-ups yesterday. A few different sets. I was running that test. If you can do 40 push-ups in one set, then you have a 96% reduced chance of heart attack when you're older, or just at that state in your life. And I did a set of 40, and then I did a few sets of 30, and I was like, all right. I'm not going to get a heart attack anytime soon, I don't think. Anyways, I digress. So I can feel the stretch. My pecs are a little sore. It's only really necessary to record solo instruments. Everything else you can input directly into the piano roll. That's probably what I'm going to end up doing most of the time. But I've like jammed on like that piano before, and my other piano, the weighted key one, and it has like a nice feel to it. Like I've been able to write on it. I'm not much of a piano player, but I can at least kind of toy with melodies, and it allows me to kind of, with the weighted keys, get a better sense of timing, and that's going to help in a big way. Where this little mini keyboard is just there to kind of help me kind of get a general thing, like especially if I'm just doing like holding chords or like kind of a slow melody, then I can do it. But if it's kind of like anything with a little bit of like, I don't know, like if there's any staccato or anything, then I'm gonna definitely need that weighted key. But I'm just like figuring this stuff out, and I at least have that little keyboard around if I don't have the other thing around. So I'm just building the tool set up and trying to get used to it. I at least got it running, and I'm like learned about like setting velocity in FL Studio. Just all that to say that I am working. I'm slowly building up for the music. It's coming. Even movie soundtracks are often only have solo instruments recorded live, depending on budget, and that one instrument is enough to give the whole thing that live feel. Getting things working to begin with is a big step. Yeah. It's just kind of setting up the infrastructure. I need to learn more about FL Studio in general, though, just so that I can get comfortable doing the things. I need to just like list out the things that I know I'm going to need to like get things moving. You had an issue recently with doing sound effects. Was sent a video of all the actions and objects needed a sound, but Ableton wasn't playing the video, so had to switch over to Reaper. Damn, a whole IDE change. Sounds complicated. It's like slow motion. We need to like either speed the shit out of these frames or cut some frames, probably both. I'm cutting these 2 frames. IDE, laugh out loud. IDE, it just means the program that you use. We're getting closer. Instead of DAW. Yeah, I guess that's true. DAW is more the way to describe sound programs, isn't it? When you've been programming so much, everything becomes an IDE. Yeah, pretty much. You got me. It's all the same shit. Need more recoil. I need like a particular type of recoil here that I'm not quite getting. It's a little too smooth. I'll get there though. Thinking about DAWs as IDEs led me to the question, what's the DAW equivalent of a Vim? These are the things that keep me up at night. Well, it's got to keep someone up at night. Lest these questions never be answered. Reaper. You might be right. A DAW in command line interface. That would be funny. All of these nerds, everywhere I look, just a bunch of nerds. I wouldn't have it any other way. Pa, pa, pa. Oh. The room's starting to warm up. You want to make a pretentious post about it? Nice and plump. Just the gold. Beautiful. We're cooking now. Only 966K points to Impossible Dream. Damn. We're getting there. Sometimes it's good to have a chill stream and just get hyper focused because we need to push this motherfucker through the door. I really do want to work on the steel trap as well. At least get some of the coding done. So the thing about the steel trap that I will say real quick before I go back into hyper focus is it's going to be it's going to be basically something that it'll fire and then you have to reset it manually. So I don't know if that's going to be really annoying or just fun to have something to maintain. The goal is to have it do like a massive amount of damage and potentially create like a barricade once it's closed. But I think I'm not going to have it like trap characters. It's just going to snap on them and like do damage and then going to knock them back maybe. I don't know. I'm still feeling it out what I'm going to do with it. But I'm thinking having the manual release will justify giving it like massive damage capability. Just making it kind of like an odd, unique way of managing it. Because that's what I'm trying to make the game is like make the maintenance of it kind of interesting. Because each thing has kind of like a different maintenance requirements. Some of it's just automated, kind of works on its own. So you don't have to maintain everything, but a little here, a little there. Hopefully we'll keep it engaging. So you're not just sitting there kind of waiting for things to happen. You can kind of be a part of the action a little bit more, you know? You're good with chill streams. You need it sometimes. Helps me actually get things done. Very good, very good. On the art style you want to replicate, learn, do. And I've started it. Also planning out roguelike I'm going to make from scratch in Zig. Very good, man. Establishing your art style is massive. That is massive. So anyways, these are some of the things I've been thinking about past day. Enough of your screaming. Hello. Rick, thank you so much for the raid. Welcome in, guys. What are you guys up to? Unity Game Dev? What game are you making, man? Thanks. Hope you're having a good night too, man. Appreciate it. Working on this animation for a tower defense game I'm making. I'll show you guys the game real quick. What were you working on, Rick? I'm building a game in C++ and SDL. I'm not using a game engine, and I'm doing all the pixel art myself. It's tower defense. It is this tree that is the tower you must protect against these sons of bitches. And right now I'm working on the piranhas plant. I have to create the projectile phase. So it's still work in progress, but there's other like weapons and stuff you can add. Like the sword, thorn blade, and we got the steel tooth saw, stuff like that. Cryptic, what's going on? Actually, you're making a game for Game Boy. It's called Pyrotoad. Nice. This looks really good, man. Thank you. I will be releasing it for PC and Mac and Linux on Steam. And yeah, it's meant to be kind of a chill game, so that I can have it be moderately small scope. So I might get it done within a year's time, but it's going to probably take about 1.5 to 2 years. We'll see. I'm hoping it'll just take like 1.5 years, so like 6 more months. But I don't know. I might be in denial about it. But it is just a work in progress at this point. It's not balanced yet at all. I'm just trying to throw in a bunch of art and functionality and eventually bring the game together. Right now, there's not enough mix between the waves. And anyways, that's what I'm working on. Rick, that's cool. You're making a game for Game Boy. I'm going to give you a follow. I'm going to check out what you're doing in the future. That's sexy. Thanks, Cryptic. So Rick, if you need to take off, go take care of yourself, post stream, whatever, feel free. This is a pretty chill stream today. Sometimes we talk a lot, and other days we're just listening to music and working. It's kind of a work with me stream. And I stream Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays. So I'm at it. I'm always trying to bring it together. So hopefully we can inspire creativity and focus, and help you guys get your stuff moved forward. You'll hang for a bit, might wander AFK for a bit in a second here. That sounds good, man. Go if you need. Really appreciate the lurks. Currently, I'm working on the projectile animation where he spits a projectile. So this is like really rough still. But here we got like the idle. Oh, I feel like I want to make some tea soon. Oh, just like a tea night. Not really doing coffee today. Because if I'm going to get like a cold, I don't know if I am or not. I don't want to like push it with caffeine. Just having some ginger tea. Idle is smooth. Thank you. And then I have like the melee attack. And this is for like the chibi one, the little guy. I also have the big version, rank 3 done. And then he also got the attack for that. So when their enemies are close enough, he melee attacks. And then when they're farther away, he'll switch over to his projectile attack. And so, yeah, I'm just trying to like piece together an animation here. So it's still rough. It's a real Hawk Tua type of scenario, I guess. Meaning he's spitting. Oh, so glad the lid was on that. Stay hydrated, peoples. Nothing like a little chaos. Ginger tea is so good. Yeah, it's actually my favorite tea. It's ginger tea. Well, that and maybe chamomile. You're going to say it, but you didn't? No worries. Everyone here is always sick and twisted. Everything I do, they're like, wow, that's interesting what you're doing there. I'm like, that's right, y'all sick fucks. Can't be helped. It's game dev world. We're a bunch of sickos. I accept you for who you are. Well, I'm trying to like make sure there's like enough of like a recoil, but flow to the animation that feels good. The stem is still not doing what I want yet, but honestly, I'm just trying to recycle some of the idle animation into this. And so that's why I'm just trying to save frames instead of just completely doing this from scratch, which I probably should, to get the recoil right. What's up, Relic? A-Sprite? Yes. So you've been chipping away at level arts? Oh my God. Background level art is, it's a huge time suck, but it's so important. Yeah, there's a lot to get through. I have to do different versions of the level as well. Because like right now, like this level, I'm doing seasons. So like this background is like the springtime, basically. You know, we got running waterfalls and everything's green and lush and there's just wind blowing through all the bushes and whatnot. And then I have to create fall, the summer, and winter. So winter's obvious. It's just going to be like a frozen waterfall and snow everywhere. Autumn is basically going to be this level with like changing leaves and then falling, like a falling leaf sort of situation. And then summer, it's going to be a bit of a twist. It's going to be the lava. It's going to be the lava level. Oh God, it's Xenoblade Chronicles. I'm going to change it. It's too intense. God damn it. That song. It's a good song. Cracked up the vibe though. How dare. It's enough of you. But yeah, the summer level, by the way, that's what I was trying to say, is going to be, it's going to be a lava level. So all the waterfalls are going to be lava and it's going to be just charred ground and all kinds of craziness. So the lore is that it's an enchanted forest and it can change its appearance to try and scare away people, I guess. I just wanted to do a lava level. I thought just a normal summer level would be boring. So how'd I learn game dev, if I may ask? Well, I've been a programmer for 18 years. And for the first 10 years as a programmer, I was making Flash games. Back in the day, working in ActionScript 2 and ActionScript 3. And I did a lot of games, a lot of mini games. Some of them medium-sized games. Never did like a really huge game or anything. But always like just 2D games, Flash games. It's where all my experience comes from. And now I'm doing a C++ game. I never really did the art for myself back in the day. I always did the programming. But now I'm like getting into the design side of things. I've always been an artist. I did go to art school. I just never did like, never really got it together to do design for a game until now. It was time. A Game Boy, it's like a puzzle since you can only use so many unique tiles for each background. Indeed, right? It's one thing that I appreciate about pixel art is it's just like this constant challenge, a very like finite amount of opportunities, you know? Thank you, Relic, for the follow. Appreciate those follows. Oh my God, did you make all the art? I did. Were you self-taught? You loved how to do this. So I went to art school for media arts and animation. I learned to draw, but I also learned like, you know, compositing, storyboarding, color theory, 3D modeling. I don't really do 3D anymore. It's not my forte. I just don't enjoy it very much. I think 3D is cool, but it's just not my like the medium I like to work in. But I did learn a lot about it. But I learned a lot about animation and stuff in general. And so, but generally, I mean, I got more into the digital side of things in the past couple of years, just getting more serious about digital artwork. But the past, like, you know, 2 decades, I've just been traditional artist, basically. Where did you study art? I went to an art institute. Back before it was really expensive. So I got a bachelor's in animation and media arts, stuff like, you know, flash animation and 3D modeling and life drawing, illustration. It's like the type of education you get if you want to be like a concept artist or an animator or a 3D modeler. Just doing art in any like commercial form. You majored in 3D modeling and animation too. Yeah, it's the type of degree that it's what you make of it. You know, you can coast through and do a shitty job and not learn very much, but I was learning everything I could, and I was like minoring in like all my electives I took in like other fields, like the graphic design classes, and I was just trying to learn as much as possible from all of like the gifted artists there. And I picked up a lot. And then I went into programming after I got out of college because I wasn't confident enough. I had a real imposter syndrome real bad. And I was like, I need to just get into something that's logical, something I know that I can do. I didn't start in programming. I started in like photography and web design. And then eventually I was like, I want to make Flash games because that looks fun. And so then that's what got me into programming. And that's what I spent most of my career doing. But now it's like I'm older and I'm like sick of not following my dreams. So I've been working on my art. And I'm merging it with my professional skills, which is programming. So game dev is perfect. It allows me to be a programmer and an artist all at the same time. So do I have any DeviantArt page or ArtStation page by any chance? I actually have both, but I've only really put up like some of my digital like pinup art. And I don't have much, but if you look me up on DeviantArt or ArtStation, just look up Rian Art, you can find me in both places. They both have the same material, but I didn't really post into them very much because I switched over into working on my game. So like the very early part of this year and the last bit of last year, I was just doing digital art to try to increase my art skills. And so you can see some of that work. Remember seeing ads for Art Institute? You went to the American Academy of Arts, which actually just closed after 100 years. Yeah, like the Art Institute I went to actually ended up closing as well. I think there's still art institutes around, but they got really greedy. Like after I had like secured my degree, I also got like government, like FAFSA stuff. So I didn't even have to pay all that much. I did have student loans, but I was able to pay them all off with my like programming work. And really, after I was done with the degree, it like shot up by like $20K in terms of tuition fees. And then it like went even further. And they just kept increasing the price. And I'm sorry, like how much I paid for it before it was raised was already like, that's enough. And they kept increasing. And so naturally they failed because I think they sold it. It was already like a private college. And so it just got totally obliterated because people are like, fuck this. Because there's no guarantee that you're going to get work in the arts unless you're really good enough. And they let basically anyone get an art degree. Even if you don't have the chops, they will give it to you. So you'll have the degree, but you won't actually be skilled enough. That's why it's like if you get a degree in art, commercial art specifically, you need to work hard and really make sure you have mentors that tell you why you're bad and how you can get better and really understand what you're going for. Like it's very like esoteric. Like it's not like a clear path. Everyone's path is different. Everyone learns differently. Artists are like the weirdest people in regards to how they learn because they're visual learners, but like it's also like very ego based as well. But when you're like coding, for instance, it's either it works or it doesn't. The compiler screams at you almost like spell check. But when you're doing art, you can do horrible art for your whole life and no one will say anything, or people will and you'll just ignore it. Or it's harder to measure something so subjective. I remember getting my first grade in like AP art in high school and being like, what is this fucking, you can't grade an art. What the hell is this? I ended up going to college for art. I'm like, it's a hard thing, man. Art bachelor's degrees are basically starter kits. Yeah. I mean, like I said, I went into Bachelor of Science, so I learned a lot about photography, lighting, green screens. Like I worked with a guy who worked on the original Dune movie, taught us how to like, that was like when they did Dune, the original Dune, it was the first time like the biggest green screens had ever been accomplished on the Dune. So lighting like massive green screens and stuff like that. Like, so we learned all about how you like set up a green screen, light it, then composite, special effects into stuff. So I learned like, video production. I learned a lot of different stuff. It wasn't just animation and like modeling. I tried to learn as much commercial art skills as I could. Like basically everything in the Adobe suite I could do, whether it's Premiere, InDesign, Illustrator, Photoshop. I don't use Adobe anymore. I'm taking a break because their subscription service is a effing ripoff. But like, I literally used every single program they had, from Dreamweaver to, just everything they had. Media encoder. The whole shebang. After Effects was probably my favorite video editing software, but Premiere was good for stuff too. Do you happen to follow? No, I don't. Sucelos. He did a lot of Flash stuff on YouTube back in the early days. Oh man, so sad. Yeah, Flash died, and then all that stuff. You can't even run Flash in browsers anymore. Looks like the pea shooter from Plants vs. Zombie. Hey, Dig, that's the second time I heard that today. I guess it's a cousin. Same thing happened at my school, then closed because no one could afford it. It's sad. Art school, like, they should be proportional to like the type of money that you make, for like the average artist, because programmers can make a lot more money starting out. And if you look at if say you're applying for a job as like any artist role in a game company, and you compare that salary to the programmers, it's always like a fraction, where like an artist, if they're like really good and they're like kind of top senior, they're making like maybe like 60, 70K, but then like the programmers are making like 120K or something. So it's like, you shouldn't make an art degree super expensive because it's like not the highest paying skill. Of course, if you're clever, you can make a lot of money doing basically any skill. If you work the niche hard enough, or, whatever network you've got. Even if you're good enough, there's no guarantee. Exactly. If you persist, though, I think you'll do okay. Especially now, like it seems like the younger generations are finding it harder to sit down and work hard on things. And so, if you're from a younger generation and you work hard, you read, you focus, then you're going to already, have a leg up. College healthcare in America is sadly just a business that never holds the person's health in your best interest. Sure. Yeah. Yeah. It's a problem with capitalism for sure. They continuously increase profit margins infinitely until they're literally trying to sell you like air, and you're just like, for some reason, putting value on, I mean, there literally is companies selling air, like they'll literally sell you oxygen. But I mean, like what I mean is like, they're trying to do their best to, like, for instance, like printer companies, they sell you like at-home printers. They are selling you little ink cartridge subscriptions. And now it's like, if you don't pay the subscription, they literally won't let you use the ink cartridge. So you can't even print out of your own printer, even though there's still ink left in the cartridge. And if you open the cartridges up, there's like a fraction of the amount of ink that used to be in there in the past. They put like these big like cotton foam wads in there and like just lightly spray, like put a few drops of ink on it and pretend like it's this big cartridge. It's just, you got to be careful. You get ripped off you got to be more like clever than ever now to know what you're buying, to really pay attention. Otherwise you will get jacked. I think it should be outlawed that like you shouldn't buy something and then they have ways of like using software to force you to subscribe in order to use the thing that you just bought. It's like this camera that's my webcam. I can only use 30 frames per second for the video. If I want access to the 60 frames per second, I have to pay a subscription fee, which I'll never do because that's fucking stupid. So my camera's capable of it, but I don't have access to it because I'm not paying for it. It's like, are you kidding me? It's a joke. You're in the same boat, studied Adobe for years. Now I'm done. Hey man, it's doesn't matter if you're using open source software or Adobe software, you can achieve the same goals. You really can. After Effects is fun, but it's so slow. Yeah, After Effects is hard to like manage a massive timeline for sure, but you get like that motion graphics capabilities. You can kind of really futz around in it. It's just not reasonable or genuine. Yeah. You're going to start your own air farm? Well, think about like in China where it's like highly polluted in certain areas. They literally have to they sell like oxygen because it's like there's so much smog and pollution that they like have to suck on these little oxygen things sometimes if they're like old, because the air quality is so bad. It's honestly, it's like you joke that selling air is a joke, but like, I remember seeing this short one time it was like a joke of this about this imagined future, which is kind of like an idiocracy future in a way, where this dude wakes up in this like 1-bedroom apartment and there's like literally 30 people living in his an apartment because like Zillow like owns all the property, so no one can afford rent. So they literally, everyone has like 30 roommates, and he like goes about his day like where literally everything is just like there's like no jobs left. It's like everything's like jacked beyond, you know, everything's totally a ripoff and crazy. Like the only way he can make money is if he sells like bone marrow or like plasma, and then like he has like a girlfriend that like he has to pay to, in order to have a girlfriend you have to pay for the girlfriend, and she's just like, oh, like you need to like sell more plasma. It's like, it's illegal, I can't sell anymore, like I'm at the legal limit. We'll like get your clone to like sell more sell more plasma or something. And then like he goes home. Like the funniest part about it is he goes home to go to bed, and he's just like, he has to pay premium to go to sleep without commercials because they have like chips in your brain and they can put commercials straight into your dreams. And he's like, unless you pay like sleep premium, you can't sleep without commercials. I was like, oh fuck, that's gonna be a thing. If anyone is ever offering to put a microchip in your brain so you can see the internet straight from your mind, don't ever do it. Because they're going to be like, oh, you want to use your vision today? That'll be $500. Okay. You did some music videos with AE, but with the whole AI thing, they're pulling. I decided I didn't want to deal with them anymore. Bottled water used to seem like a silly idea. It still is a silly idea because bottled water is like in plastic bottles. So we're just getting all this like leached plastic in our systems. Kind of annoying. Time for us to retire to the forest. Yeah, I guess. If the forest isn't like on fire. We must train the forest to defend itself. Yes. That's why we are all crawling away into the mythical forest, which I haven't fully come up with a name for the forest itself yet. I forget what my working titles were for the forest. Actually, a good build would be like defense wall there, put a piranha here, and it can start doing projectiles. We can toss a couple of blades and then do a projectile here with a spike shot. That'd be a pretty savage build. Upgrade Piranha to rank 3. Could upgrade everything because I'm rich. I've given myself 5,000 mana crystals. They don't stand a chance. They can't even get to the barricade. It's what happens when you're this powerful. You know, this is interesting. I don't know if I really have tried to observe the switching projectiles. I think it might be busted. So the projectiles aren't even showing up because I'm using the load. I'm changing the different textures. And I'm wondering, am I changing also size? Anyways, there's some work I gotta do there. The bullets, the actual like projectile bullets weren't showing up because I recently added there's 2 kinds now. Anyways, we gotta focus up, people. We gotta focus up. That's nice genetically engineered spruce. I suppose you could say that. I need to find some good focus music. But I think I'm going to make some tea real quick, if y'all don't mind. Make some tea, maybe grab a snack, so that I can refocus my brain into getting this projectile mode going. Yeah, adding the piranha plant has added a lot of complications to the coding because this is the first Arcana that has a mixed like it switches between melee and projectile style. And it is also the first, I've only had one projectile before this, which is the spike shot. So now there's spike shot and then the projectile form for piranhas. And so they have different bullets. So now it's like I have to factor in the bullet system has to be able to support the different visuals. The way that it works right now is I try to recycle the same amount of classes, which would mean I'm wondering if the actual size of the bullet is getting updated when we do that. So when we load projectile, and we end up loading, when we load the texture, I'm wondering if it's like properly resetting the size. All right, so let's look at the load texture function. Is this actually in the A sprite? It is low. Okay, so it should be updating the size of the destination rectangle. So why would it not be showing up while it switches back and forth? We're gonna have to test for that. It looks like it should be working. It always looks like it should be working. Are the textures stored per projectile or elsewhere? So the projectile images are preloaded, and then I create the projectile class for each bullet. And so, you know, I instantiate a projectile sprite basically. And once the bullet runs across the screen and hits its mark, that is hidden, and then it just sits there. I don't delete them. I just let them hang out. And so when the projectile Arcana goes to shoot another bullet, it checks to see, is there any bullets that are just lying around that are hidden that aren't being utilized? And so then it says, okay, there is. So then it resets the bullet, puts it back into its original position, and then it reuses it. And currently, I just added in code, and I haven't fully tested this, that if the Arcana that is pulling up the projectile bullet is different, meaning it has like a different type of bullet, you know, like visually it's a different image, then it says, okay, make sure and load the new texture, which basically it's using the preloaded image. So the texture itself is like reused a bunch of times. It's just like pointed to that texture and uses that texture. But the dimensions also change for that weapon, for the bullet. So I'm not sure, switching from the Piranhas projectile to the spike shot projectile, my first instinct is like, is it not properly scaling it up? Because the Piranhas projectile is smaller. It's this little purple bullet, which this is it like increasing in rank. And then when we open up the, here's the spike shot one, which is just like an actual like stake, you know, like a wooden stake, wooden spike. So they're different size. This one's a lot bigger. It's like 7x7, or actually that's like 23x11. And then this guy is like 7x7. So it's switching between these two. And that part, I think it might be not properly working potentially. So let's run a quick test, and then I'm going to go get some tea. So I'm going to start with a spike shot. So you can see the spike shot going. And now I'm going to destroy it, and I'm going to add Piranhas. So that's working. So they work separately. So the question is, do they work together? So as soon as I add a secondary one, the projectiles on both are gone. So the question is, why is that load texture malfunctioning? And I could make it so that it's once a projectile of a certain type is created, that it can only serve that projectile, that arcana. So like a spike shot can only ever be a spike shot. That might clean things up. It'll be like slightly less, it'll like potentially consume a little bit more memory, but it wouldn't be that big a deal, I don't think. I did it that way. Because that would just be like a way to just fix it, add that check in, and just leave that as it is. Like if it's from a different texture type, then don't bother. We're trying to do the recycle. I feel like that's like what I want to do, just to like try to fix it without sitting and trying to debug what's actually happening. Could be something minor, but let's see. Where do I run the recycle check? So that's where I run the check here. Oh, I'm actually only checking. So I run this check. I say if it's on the right side and it's run its trajectory, then I could use this check here. I could eliminate this, and I could say if the projectile is consistent. So basically, unless it's already the type, then it's not going to bother trying to like remake another one and change its type. It's just going to leave it as is, which actually honestly is probably better, because I might eventually do a little more with the projectiles. So let's just build. Let's just do it. Try to fix it before I go get my tea. Is there any chance having 2 or more arcana at once is creating a race condition for the shared projectile? Do you mean race condition? That means it's like 2 things are trying to access the same thing at the same time? I don't think so. My system isn't multi-threaded. I'm not totally sure. Specifically the texture loading. Well, so the texture loading, all it is, it's like the image itself was already loaded. So it loads each respective image once. So there's 2 images that are loaded, and then it's just utilizing the texture that's made from that image over and over. Let's just see if that fixed it though, that little condition. So we're going to add in that, and we're going to add in the Piranhas. The Piranhas is not shooting its projectile. Let's see if I close this, make a Piranhas from scratch. Yeah, like I said, so far the system has only been built to only ever support the spike shot. So it seems like once it's established one of the projectiles, it doesn't want to utilize the other one. So we're going to resolve this. I'm just going to go make some tea, go to the bathroom real quick, and be back in probably about 5 minutes. And I'm going to get on this, but I'm going to let the music play on. But I think it'll be nice to take a little break. This damn Piranhas animation, it's taking too long. Oh, wish I could just get this shit done. So we'll work on the projectile, but then we're going to get right back into this animation. But it's all part of the Piranhas anyways, getting this to function correctly. All right, I shall return shortly. I am back. I got some cereal, some tea. This time I went with chamomile because I had ginger earlier. Got to get through my chamomile as well. Damn, all these intense songs. I'm removing all the hard songs from this playlist. Why does it sound messed up? Oh no split right on the ads. The ads are almost done though. Hello. No split, how you doing, man? What's going on, my friend? Thank you so much for the raid. Welcome in. Currently working on a tower defense game. Trying to hash out this projectile issue I'm having. What engine do I use? It looks like I'm using C++. I am writing this in C++ and SDL2, and that's all I'm using. I'm not using a game engine. I wrote it from scratch. And I'm making this tower defense game, and it's going to be running for PCs and, PC and Mac. I will be releasing it on Steam, hopefully next year. And by hopefully, I mean definitely. Yeah, what were you guys up to? We just wrapped up working on pixel art game for the night. Nice. Yeah, I did all the art for this too. Currently, I'm working on the Piranhas. I have like a melee attack, but right now I'm trying to work on the projectile attack, and it's not fully done yet. It's still kind of busted. Still putting it together. Dina, what's going on? You were lurking, so you raided into ads? Sorry about that. Yeah, I saw when you guys raided. It was like right at the tail end of the ad break. Bakru, what's going on? Thank you guys for supporting No Split. Let me give you a follow, No Split, so I may check you out someday. Love the art style. Thanks, ma'am.
Come on.
Hey, thanks for the follow. Like where it's heading. It is definitely a work in progress. Backers, thank you for the follow. Thank you for the follow. And Dana, thank you for the follow.
Come on.
What kind of cereal am I enjoying here? It's like it's from Trader Joe's. It's a like an oat pecan almond one or something. With those little oat clusters. No, not muesli. Better. It has more sugar and it's less healthy than muesli. That's awesome, No Split. Well, feel free to go and take care of yourself, man. I'll try to take care of your raiders. And welcome in, guys. Right now, I'm just trying to work out this programming issue and finish my serial. Because I'm trying to get charged up here. We're going to do a little bit of programming. We got to fix. Let me show you what the problem is. So I have two types of projectile weaponry right now. And it's starting with the spike shot, which is rapid firing wooden spikes. So you can see here we have the projectile. We see it. It's fine. But then as soon as I add a secondary projectile, and I'm just in the throes of like programming the piranhas here, the little piranha plant. And he has a projectile. When enemies are like far enough away, he goes into projectile mode. And I haven't finished the animation, so he's just using the melee animation. But you can see his projectile isn't showing up. I feel like I do see something. I do see it, but it's like cut off or something weird. So I need to figure out what's going on. Why I can't have the two different types of projectiles at the same time. And the music stopped. We will play the music. Perhaps we will play some guitar music. Perhaps we'll play some guitars. The dimension super small. Yeah, like I feel like for whatever reason that dimension is being cut off. But check it out. Like if I just load the Piranhas alone, the projectile will look fine. Hopefully it'll be a clean test here. That will follow my claims. Wait a second. Is it working? I think it might be actually. It might be because I did such a small design for the initial weapon that it's confusing me. Because I see that projectile for sure. But then wait, okay, if we load in the other guy. Oh, it's still showing up. The problem is it's a visual design problem. The bullet is too small for the little guy. It's there. It's just like a little speck. Here, let's jump into the A sprite. And so I'm actually going to leave it alone. I had this check. Where I was saying that if it is, only use it if it's the same image type. Just to kind of expedite things, make it a little easier. Make sure and we'll build that. And then I'm going to jump into the bullet here. And so it's this little guy. It's too small. But it looks like I don't even see this little highlight up here. So I'm just going to add a little bulk to it. See if that helps. I literally just created this today. So it's kind of... Oh, wait a second. No. I want it to still... Let's take it off shuffle. And let's keep playing guitar music. All right, let's test again. Definitely too small. Maybe problem solved. Wait a second. Did we finish building? Oh, it's still building. All right, we got the new image in. Let's just let it compile. Maybe a trail. That's not a bad idea, Den. All right, let's see the small one, rank 1. It's still pretty small. And just to test, just to verify, we'll still make it a little bigger, but let's add... I think we could make it a little bigger. I might even need to... This color scheme might be a little too hard to see as well. Oh no! I I hit a shortcut in OBS and I meant to hit a shortcut in A Sprites. Oh God. Yeah, Dig, I think there was never a problem. I just couldn't see the bullet before because I'd made it too small in a darker color. So let's make it a much brighter color. Hermano Gutierrez. Yeah, I think so. Relative size to little guy. Is the code the rescales the canvas for the projectiles accidentally making the second projectile extra small? I don't think so, Dig. Arya, welcome in. Thank you for the good vibes. So being visible and then making physical sense, yes. So let's just... I'm going to just forsake... Just make it way brighter. We won't fix the other ones yet. The code was working the whole time. It was. It's still very small. I also don't have the bullet coming out of the mouth at the appropriate coordinate either. So we got to fix that. I'm just going to make the whole thing a brighter color because I think the darker colors are disappearing and that you can't see them at all. I'm literally just trying to make it like visible right now. I wanted to be like a little spike ball, but I might need to make this whole thing bigger. Yeah, it's starting to show up. I just got to work this out. I mean, that's good for like the rank 1. I wish it had like a little bit more. It almost just doesn't matter if it has a lot of detail or not because you just barely see it. So I guess I'm going to go with this sort of look. I did something like that. And then make a slightly bigger version here. I mean, it almost looks like an energy ball or something. I wanted it to be like a spike ball, but at this point, I just want it to be visible. So maybe I'll just go back and change it later. Maybe. I don't know. If it works, it works, I guess. Yeah. For how fast it goes, let's add in the spike shot. Let's add in like a bunch of spike shots. Each one will be a different rank. So yeah, they all work. They all work. The system works. And then we can also use projectiles on both sides. So they will fire backwards. We also got to add the animation of the Piranhas firing the reverse direction, though. When you had the highlight in the upper right, it looked kind of vicious. Like it was spitting a ball of venom. Upper left, you mean? In a vacuum, yes. The detail on the bullet looked better, adding more like shading to it. I mean, I could probably back off on the white highlight and do a little bit of gradation. Especially if I do like just the one little smaller highlight, let it ultimately be like the purple color. Because I think the purple holds out, as in you can still see it. Oh, we got a dragon. You guys didn't see the dragon yet. Here comes the dragon rider. Kill the dragon! Here, let's attack other enemies. Let the dragon fly in a little bit so you guys can see it attack. There you go. So that's when the dragon gets close enough. The little spear thrower, the little lady throws spears. So that's the dragon rider. There will be dragons that just like blow fire and like are mobs unto themselves, but this one is the dragon rider, and it's just about being basically a transport for the spear thrower. The yellow one feels a little slow. What do you mean, the troll? I might end up changing the speed of all the enemies at some point, or I don't know. There's certain things that I'm going to do to try to like create a more specific feeling of timing. I don't want it to be too slow, but at the same time, if there is like enough enemy types, then it could potentially be the right speed. So really in the end, I just want to get all the enemy types in and then figure out if I want to change their speeds or not. But I certainly don't want them all running the entire time, you know? I just want them kind of creeping in, and then you have to be like getting ready for the attack. And let's just do like a slightly darker outside here. Adam! What is going on, man? Thanks for the raid and run, man. Have a good one. Guys, check out Adam.
Come on.
He's making a cool game. Super legit. Beholder, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. So right now I'm trying to work on the graphic for the Piranha's projectile, which is this little piranha plant. When the enemies are far enough away, he fires a little purple bullet looking thing. And right now I'm trying to make it like look more visible. It doesn't come out of his mouth at the correct coordinate yet. It's still a work in progress, so it's coming together. But I'm making this game in C++ and SDL, and I'm building it from scratch, no game engine. And I'm doing all the pixel art myself. And I will be releasing this game on Steam. And I haven't fully secured the Steam page yet, but I will hopefully in the next month or so. And then I'll be able to tell y'all what the name of the game is and stuff, but not yet. Not until I have that page secured. But it's going to be awesome. Amethyst, thank you for the follow. Welcome in, welcome in. But yeah, grateful to Adam for the raid. Really appreciate it. We're just listening to some guitar music and working out some of the visual issues that I'm having here. So yeah, the bullet is fine. I'm just going to leave it like that for now. And I'm just going to get back to, I actually have to create the animation for when he fires the projectile. That's one thing I've been working on. So it's this that I have so far that I just started this on stream today. So he's going to like spit it out, A lot of people told me this looks like the plants from Plants vs. Aliens, which I'll take their word for it. I have played Plants vs. Aliens, but it's been a long time. So I was more envisioning like early like Mario. There's like characters in Mario that do the little like this sort of mouth shape, I guess. But I think because it's like a piranha plant, it like feels like the Plants vs. Aliens, which makes sense.
Come on.
Its name will be I Was Rian, the Last Life. The tree is Rian? No, the tree's name is Gant. Plant vs. Zombies pea shooter? Yeah, that's what everyone keeps saying it. Tardy Gravy, thank you for the follow and for the awesome name. That's great. They shot the eggs in the desert. Yeah, the egg shooters. See, that's like what I was thinking. But I didn't reference anything. I just drew from memory. And this is just what's come out. Excuse me as I sip some chamomile here. No, it's Rian. All right, so let's continue on this pixel art. I would really like to finish this pixel art. We have to clean up this animation still, and then I have to like clean up the rank 2. So as it goes up in rank, the sprites get a little bigger to represent like, oh, this is rank 2. He's a little bit bigger, but he's like, since I scaled it from the big guy, it's all messed up. When you scale pixel art, it gets all messed up. So you can see it's all the algorithm kind of refactors it, and it gets all kind of gross. So I got to clean that up. But here's the big guy. He's done. At least the idle state and the attack, the melee attack. 3 heads, 1 head, 2 head, 3 head. What the hell are you talking about, Arya? What the hell? So we got the attack, and we have the idle for rank 3. And of course we got the idle for the chibi rank 1, little baby boy, and the melee attack. So we're going to get back on this. For you guys raiding in, we tend to just, I stream Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays, and I just chill and work a lot of the time. I'm always chatting with y'all as you come through and say what's up. But there's a lot of times when I'll just be sitting and listening to music and working. Not much different than Adam's stream, I would say. And I'm just out here trying to build this game from scratch. It's a lot of work. Next plant summon. Well, there's going to be 2 plant summons more that we're going to be working for the Earth School of Magic here. it's going to be, there's the ent, right? Which I can show you guys the ent real quick. The file name is treefang. So there's going to be the ent, which he's a tree man, and he's huge. There's the troll for reference. He's huge. He's just a massive dude that's just going to walk around and beat on things. And then there is going to be another one that's just like entangle roots, which is like a pretty common druid spell. So it'll just be like roots that kind of entangle things. So that's like a couple more plant. I mean, everything in the earth is meant to be plant, but I'm also kind of like stretching it a little bit by we're also going to be working soon on the steel trap, which is just a straight up metal trap. So I'm kind of pushing it a little bit. How come I come here almost whenever I am free and I still miss your cars sometimes? What do you mean? Well, we just haven't gotten to them all. We got to slowly build them up. But the steel trap's going to be pretty chill. Like I started the code for this last night. I want it to like be like attack, you know, like as soon as a enemy walks on it, it's going to trigger and then do a massive amount of damage and then probably do a throwback, like a knockback. But then act as a barrier and just chill, and it won't be doing any more damage at that point. So then enemies will have to like destroy it in order to get through it, and you'll have to manually release it and like open it back up so that it can become a melee again. So that this is one of the rare arcanas where you actually have to manage it yourself to keep it doing damage. But I'm hoping the trade-off will be that it does a massive amount of damage, so that it'll be like a little give and take, and see how that goes. He's a mage; he can do whatever he wants. Thank you, Sir James. I never seen the big dude. What? You never saw the big dude? I've shown him a lot. Well, actually, the next enemy that we're going to be working on will be the Shadowcaster, which I don't know if I have. We got to do like the Goblin and the Shadowcaster. So the Shadowcaster is this little guy right here. It's actually a little lady, and she is, well, it's not just a Shadowcaster. It's like whatever. It's like could be a Firecaster, Frost, whatever. Just a caster of the different elements, including Shadow. I cast Gatling gun. I'm kind of stretching it a little bit. I did try to have an Ivy chainsaw, which I honestly thought looked pretty cool, but when I actually tried to do the in-game animation for it, it didn't make any sense. Like I really wanted a chainsaw because I'm a huge fan of like Evil Dead and stuff. Oh, we got ads starting soon. Sorry, people. But I I just couldn't get it to look right. Like the best way that I could handle a blade is like the thorn blade. So let's show the thorn blade real quick here. So basically, you guys know like Castlevania, Alucard, the vampire who like attacks with swords that he just kind of levitates, and they just kind of, do what swords do, but as if he's operating them through telekinesis. That's when I came up with the Thornblade. I'm like, I'm going to do my own. The only way this guy can have like actual things like chainsaws or blades, he has to just like levitate the blade. And the chainsaw, I haven't tried. I just abandoned the chainsaw for now. I was going to have it like attached to like an ivy arm that would like basically just a bunch of ivy that would stretch out, and it just didn't look right. So I nixed the idea. Anyways, there's the thorn blade. All right, back to work. We've got to get this animation going, guys. He rises up and he spits spit and raise. I don't know. I'm not fully in love with his recoil yet. It works though. The stem is like off still, but we'll fix that. Saw near tree equals scary for tree. Well, that's what I kind of like about it. Like, for instance, I have the steel tooth saw as an arcana for that you use, you know? So the tree's like, all right, you're going to use blades on me, then I'm going to use blades on you. Namely saw blades. So this is the steel tooth saw. I'm just upgrading it to rank 3. So it just gets a little bigger. That's how I represent the different ranks. I'm also going to have like visual labels that like show it, but it's like the tree isn't exactly afraid of the blades per se. The arcanas act as like the armor to the tree. As soon as the arcanas are all destroyed and the enemies hit the tree directly, the tree can only take like 2 hits and then it's dead. So as long you have to basically maintain your arcana the whole time, and there will be on this circular menu other options on the side that where you can heal the arcana or add like damage shields, just different stuff to help like manage the arcanas. But anyways, yeah. Speaking of saw blade, not the chainsaw though. I also wanted to have like the tree using a chainsaw, but having like floating chainsaws, I guess, could work. So maybe I'll like revisit it. But I don't think it's like super crucial. You're actually doing great in terms of progress. I wish I was already done with Piranhas, honestly. That's why I already started Steel Trap. But that's what we're here today to do, is to just make a lot of progress. I'm just happy to report that the programming is done for Piranhas. Everything about the programming, I think, is in play. The only thing is we have to create all of the animations, which is namely the projectile shooting both this direction and then the reverse direction. So it's going to have kind of like a turned angle from the same, you know, like it'll shoot forward and backwards, and then it'll only melee forwards. So we got to like, you know, we got to bring them all together. What do you think that having a chainsaw or axe would be counterproductive to the tree theme? No, it's just that I wasn't super sold on the idea on my initial iteration of it. It's still a potential. And the only reason I'd want to save it is because of the thumbnail. I liked how it looked in the thumbnail. I liked this is like the menu thumb. I just thought it looked cool, like just an ivy based chainsaw, plant-based chainsaw. I just can't sell it yet. Like, I wasn't able to execute on the animation of it and make it like seem cool. So I could make it potentially like a fixed thing, but I'm just going to try to do the coolest ones and focus on that, because I only have so much time, and I want to make sure and dedicate it on the things that I know are going to work for sure. And this is like still, if it's not working easily, you know, it's something you kind of have to like really get specific about making it work. Then I'm going to like save it for later and just kind of like do the obvious stuff first. Like Piranha Plant here. All right, so spit, back and squish. He's coming forward there because I'm trying to get back to this idle screen here. That transition I don't really care about because they're going from this screen into idle. So he's going to idle between each one of the projectile. So I just have to get him back to that first frame of the idle. Honestly, I think it works. Of course, it's not going to be like repeating like this over and over. It's going to go like that, and then it's going to like idle for a second, and then come back into it. It'll be interesting to see how that pans out, though, because it might have to rework that a little bit. You doing art too, so speed is nice? Yeah. It'd be nice to have more speed. I'm always trying to make like as much progress as possible, though. It is definitely an undertaking. We just do what we do. We try. All right, let's try. Let's just commit to the head as it is, and then I will finish piecing together the leaves. Why? Bum, 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 bum. I think I'm going to just drop this one down a little bit. Grumble of Pugs, what's going on? How is the game coming along? I hope you had a successful stream. Hope I'm having a good stream. Thanks, man. It's pretty good. It's pretty good. We're just kind of chilling today, just trying to make progress on the piranha plant. Doing what we can do. One pixel at a time. It's a pixel. One pixel. da, 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 da. But yeah, what was going on, man? Also, if you need a raid and run, I understand. I'll do my best to take care of your crew. We're just listening to some guitar music and trying to make some good progress. I know streaming can be a stressful time. Sometimes you just need to go, you know, take a shit. Live your life. You know? You know what I mean? All right, let's move this over. Round. All right, let's see if these leaves are kind of... Let's fill in the gap here so we can kind of see how it feels. Now, Grumble, I'll do my best to take care of your crew. For you guys coming in with Grumble, I am Rian Arts. I am creating a tower defense game that is built in C++ and SDL2. Maybe 3, I don't know, but for now it's in 2. And it's going to be released on PC and Mac, and it will be awesome and hopefully be out next year. And I stream Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays, trying to make it happen. And that's my spiel. That's it. That's me. Welcome in. We're just focused, doing hyper focus today. I hope you guys are ready for Halloween. Halloween. Oh shit, it is Halloween. Happy Halloween, guys. Back with the stare. Why is that so poignant? I'm going to give you a little Halloween pumpkin time. Halloweens. Skulls. Skulls and pumpkins. Halloween. And a crying Wolverine for good measure. For Bacchus. All right, so that goes up. Let's kind of come down on that. A little of this. All right, let's clean up the stem, which is a mess right now. It's kind of just dancing around. And then we can think about the cohesiveness of the leaves themselves, because they're a bit of a shit show at the moment. Mm-hmm. Mow, mow, mow. You're getting sleepy, Rick. Thanks for lurking, man. You have a good night as well. Thank you so much. Really appreciate the raid. Making a Game Boy game. Man, one of my first consoles was a black and white Game Boy. I had this game I absolutely adored called Boxel. The premise of Boxel is to push boxes into the right pattern. And that's it. That's the entire game, is just pushing around boxes. Back in my day, we used to push boxes in our games. Oh yeah. It was awesome. I really did love it. I did. I loved it. I'm telling you. I think it's like today's versions of Boxel would be like any sort of kind of organizing type game, you know? You're just like moving stuff into an apartment or power washing or, you know, just like simple maintenance. You're like, why would anyone want to sit here and do this? That's what I used to... It's a question I'd ask every time I'd see my sisters playing SimCity. Or not SimCity, just Sims. Like, why are you sitting there like living a life? Like cleaning and going to the bathroom, and like, why don't you just go do that yourself? Why do you have to do this virtually? They're like, you don't get it. I'm like, you're right. Later on, I got it. When I was younger, I didn't get it. Just the stem here. Oh, of course, we got to move some of this stuff down. And then we got to transition out. Kind of moves back further. It's kind of nuts. Ba-da-da.
on.
Rimlow, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. So we got to start moving them back to that state. So I think from those two, I'll reverse engineer. I guess I'll start now. We start bringing these two together. Okay, so start backing this one off. Save your work, people. Save it. Okay. Okay, we just have to back things off. That's not it. Oh, maybe I had it there too. All right, that's enough to get us started here. And let's see. We got to do the same animation in the reverse. Which would be helpful if I could put the mouth at the same position. So he'll, if I'm going to do that. I want to consolidate these layers, so I'm going to make a bunch of new ones. What is it? Shift N. Wow. Just to make it a little easier. Okay. All right, so Coden, good morning to you. So he's going to start to turn. I'm going to start by just... Well, I could just start flipping him. There he could have an official flip. So he moves in. Because we want the turn to be like pretty swift here. Don't want to lollygag here. Hello, Don. How's it going? Productive? Yes, it is productive. The Piranhas plant is fully programmed, pretty much. I'm pretty sure I have everything. And I'll know once I have the projectile animations in place. Because I have the code for all the projectile stuff in, and I think the animations are gonna function seamlessly. But we won't know until it's fully done. Aside from that, I did get a jump start on the steel trap. I'm really hoping to finish the animations today on the Piranhas. But there's a lot that I got to do. But nothing's harder than getting like the initial design of something, which that's what I'm doing here. Just going to start transitioning his face. So yeah, I'm in a hyper work mode right now. Art Blocks, thank you for the follow. Why didn't I see an alert for that? Looking nice. Thank you, Coden. Are the alerts working? Yes, the alerts are working. You're learning C++. Let's go. I'm learning. I'm doing C++ for this game. Meow meow. Yeah. We like C++ here. We like it a lot. Brum. Shit. Come on, come on. Ba-do, 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 ba-do. There's no way. Mm-hmm. Am I using Visual Studio? I'm using VS Code. You did no progress in my game this week. A lot of annoyed things at work. So today I was just done with it. Hopefully next week. Coding. I feel that. Well, I'm here to represent that relentless march towards completing game. That's what I do. I will defeat this task one pixel at a time. One line of code at a time. I'm here to encourage y'all to work on your projects, but also it's good when, you You only work on things when you're feeling passionate, feeling ready. Because when you start doing things out of stress, then you start to make compromises. Things start to get bad. That's why a lot of games are released half-assed and unfinished, because the pressure is too great and the joy is dead. So it looks like a baby? What looks like a baby? What do you mean? My chibi? My chibi piranhas? Looks like a baby? What are you smoking? And do you have enough for the rest of us? A baby? Boom, da, 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 da. I don't know why I'm like, whole day I've been just using the mouse a lot. Usually I use the stylus way more. Should probably switch. Just so my wrist doesn't explode. You know what? I think I'm going to push this back. One of these. I do it this way, then I can just have him idling normally. And he'll just always go back to like take this shot in the reverse direction. But I won't have to create like a reverse idle, creating like a weird secondary idle. What's up, Prophets? I don't understand why I did not see that in my chat here. Oh, there it is. Greetings, Prophets. Good to see you. Tried to angle it in such a way that they weren't, the starting point of the projectile would be similar, but I think that's just it's not going to happen. Just put the dream. All right, so we'll use these frames for the other sections. Attack 2, rank 2. So for now, placeholder for these two. Attack 3, R2. So gotta get it to match this size. Oi. 20, 21. Tack 2, R3. And attack 3, R3. All right. Fixed columns. Shit. What is it now? What? What? So it should be 53. Why am I not seeing this correctly here? One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. That's why. We're missing a frame. Okay. Now 53 should work. We're saving this FPO stuff for good old rank 2. All right, let's try it. We got to set up the database though, so watch your eyes. Got to add in a little DB. We want attack 2. So it is 31 to 41. And attack 3 is 42. 42 to 52. All right. Let's give it a test. The hell is it voting? Why is it shooting into the sky? All right, first things first. We won't worry about that just yet. Let's see what frame it has to match. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. All right, so +7. It's so bizarre that it was like shooting the projectile into the sky like that. I really don't want to know, but I have to know. Why is it doing that? We also need to start looking into where we're setting the origin. Which is set in this function. So it's probably going to be in the create trajectory function within the projectile. All right, let's see if it's actually set to the right frame. Kind of jitters out of that, out of the idle state. Why is the sound getting weird? I'm going to restart Spotify. Sounding funky. Still sounds weird to me. Oh, it's starting to get better. Okay. It's getting better. Okay. Where are we? So the origin, we wanted to look into create trajectory function. So I feed it the origin on the reset. And I'm currently utilizing should change that to target point. Probably. So the origin, I feel like I must still do some math on this. So the origin is fed into A, point A. Nope, I just feed the straight coordinate in. How did I learn C++ and how long did it take me? I'd say it took me about a couple years. And I'm still learning. But I think to get up to a functional point, you know, if you really stick with it, probably take just a good 6 months of like very targeted studying. I was endeavoring to learn like the language on whole so that I could just build what I wanted. Oh. I wasn't trying to like learn for a specific task. I was learning to just kind of understand the language in a well-rounded kind of a way. But even just learning it, it's one thing to learn it and another thing to sit down and execute, pull it off, 6 months to a year will definitely get you entrenched in it enough that you'll know whether or not it's for you. I remember the first time I was trying to compile from like VS Code, and it was very hard. It took me a while to just get something to build, and even longer to get like SDL loading in, because I was adding, the way I add SDL is like into the actual system files basically, and have, the SDL be drawn from that so that it's like referenced via environment variables. And it's just like messy the way that I did it. But I actually ended up writing all the steps down for it. So I'll be able to set it up easier. So definitely take notes on how you set your environment up. Do that from the get-go. And expect that you'll be setting the environment up in a number of places. Like once on your desktop, once on your laptop. And then if you have to move to a new computer, you don't want to be completely lost, not knowing how you set up your environment. The tip you have about C++ is to learn how the basics work, maybe some nice to haves, make your life easier. Although be aware that C++ has a lot of things that aren't necessarily useful or good to use at all. So some advanced C++ features can be just added complexity and noise. Keep it simple as possible. Like, what do you consider the most unnecessary thing? Are you thinking like the more dynamic the feature is, like templates or polymorphism? What is like... Yeah, I'm curious to hear what you think is like bloat. Oh, who did it? Mr. Thee. Someone got automated. You can't post links unless you get permission. If you wanted to post a link to like a C++ tutorial, just let me know and I can give you a permit to do so. But if you're a bot, you can suck it. C++ have a lot of features. At least try them once. There are a lot of haters. Coding green. Just kidding. Who will try to convince you to not use advanced C++. Oh no, there's an argument starting right away. Art blocks are something you should also understand about programmers, is that each programmer follows devoutly their religion of the way that they program and the things that they use and feature set that they use from that language. And they will take it to the grave that that's the right way to do it. And the funny thing is like everyone does it a little differently. There's no two programmers that do it exactly the same. And they will fight you tooth and nail just to be like, no, my way. So just keep that in mind. References as a language concept. We do not need SCD for... so that's what got you on the auto mod. It doesn't like the two colons together. Clever, Mr. Thee. What does the forward do? So reference as a language concept. SCD forward. I need to look this up. I don't know what the forward does. I don't think I've heard of that. So it is related to templates. When T is a forwarding reference, a function argument that is declared as an R value reference to a CV unqualified function template parameter, these overloaded forwards the arguments. So that was my theory, is that y'all would hate the advanced features that would be like template based. I'm not even fully sure I still understand what it is, but Basically, people that want to design functions that receive any variable or like a set of variables, and they don't want to be specific or data strict about what they're sending as parameters. Why is the music still jittery? I must be having upload issues or something. It's really starting to annoy me. Does the music sound jittery to you guys? Or does it sound okay? I think at least try it at once or to form your own opinion. Really give it a try. If you limit yourself because of someone else's words, that would be wouldn't be too smart. Well, I agree that you should experiment with what the language is capable of, and just to understand things, especially if you come across it like in an example, or maybe you inherit some code, just to kind of understand. But generally speaking, the way I like to program is very simple. I like to keep things very simple. The only thing that I think I generally use that's more advanced and dynamic is the vector, which is an array that you can actually push and erase and like, manage. Where like an array, when you define an array, you must define it with the amount of indices it will have. And you have to specifically know like how much memory you need to like chunk out for it. I like the vectors because I like to dynamically set that through the vector, let the vector handle it. And I'm constantly running like shrink to fit on arrays that are getting, if a vector in my code is cleared out, I will run shrink on it so that its memory is released. That's another like memory management thing I never really had to think about before, but it's like when you have a vector, you add a bunch of stuff to it, you use it, and then you get rid of it, you erase it all. The vector's still hanging on to those memory slots. And until you say shrink to size, it's going to keep them. So I'm like constantly running, only when I erase something, I'll do shrink to size. Now, does anyone have any opinion about that? Is that something I'm interested to hear if people are like, oh, that's crazy that you're doing that constantly. I do, like whenever I do an erase, I'll run shrink to release that memory. Is that crazy? Is that not optimized? I figure the most you can let go and open up the memory in your program, the better. Just in case there's like a moment when you need it. Limiting the potential for a crash. See where people are at. Confusing concepts, basically, it's a semantic for defining a template function and disambiguating signatures which do and do not want to pass generic type by reference. You feel like I use those all the time in other languages. Against generics. Templates are useful, but from a certain point, they become a language by themselves, but you don't necessarily mean templates. You mean more like the majority of things that every C++ version adds. They aren't necessarily good design, neither are needed. Well, obviously, because like C already can handle anything, right? That you put your mind to. And then C++ just has its like a bit of a framework built up to kind of just give you some architecture to work with. And then C# takes that a step even further. As a learning experience, why not? But do you do things because they are tools, or do you do it to use tools because you want to solve problems? So art blocks, you can kind of see how people are like, even have different ways of saying how you should learn things. I say learn the basics, learn them well, and give yourself a mission, Say that you want to build like a particular type of game, but make sure it's like a small thing or like a small type of piece of software. Give yourself a purpose You know, like, oh, I want to make like a little like stereo, like a playlist or a to-do list or just some sort of app that's not huge but has a purpose. And then that'll force you to like learn, well, how am I going to do this? How am I going to make it like serve these set of functions? And that'll help you kind of get the lay of the land. Like I've done a little bit of template stuff when I was studying, like doing tutorials and stuff, but I've never used templating outside of that. And I don't care to, because I just haven't needed it. Like there's a lot of the advanced stuff I really tend to avoid unless I feel like I need it, or, you know, like I feel like I'm lacking a solution. But generally I just try to keep things simple. Calling a shrink can sometimes trigger more freeze in the operating system, which can slow the game down. See, that's what I was asking for, what people feel about that. What's up, Oxito? What engine are you using, or did you build? I built my own engine for this game. Just my own game loop. My own event system. Everything. It's all me. STL, the graphics library, is the only thing I'm using I didn't build. You think going to free memory important? You wouldn't want to do free memory in the middle of important low latency operation. All right, so that's a secondary confirmation. Code and Gree trying to post a link, bro. Or are you trying to post a : some code in your chat? What? Yes, you are back, Coden. Did you want to post a link or something? What did you want to post? I can give you a permit if that's the case. But if you're trying to like do some code, you can try to like space things out or just make it not look like code, because otherwise the auto mod will destroy you. In theory, sure, if you could overuse freeze, but it's not all that likely. And it still beats garbage collection in most other languages. And having a perfectly oiled machine that only frees memory at exactly the right time is not an achievable goal. This is the problem with garbage collection, is you have no control over when it happens. Well, the way that I have it now, see, I'll show you in my code the way I'm doing it. So in the level at the end of do I do it at the end of the draw? So when I do an erase from a vector, I run the shrink operation. And then I also run it at the end of the update. So here's where I'm doing all my shrink. I do a lot of shrinks, and this is only if something happens, if the vector itself is freeing up something. And sometimes I have a lot of different vectors managing different aspects of it. And so I run a lot of shrinks. So I recently was doing this because I was watching my memory and wanting to run these shrinks. And this is in the update, so this is like every frame that it comes up. But it only erases enemies occasionally. And that's what pretty much most of these things are. It's like, it's not happening often. It'll happen like once, like maybe every, God, this song sounds a little scratchy too. They all sound scratchy. I'm restarting Spotify again. So anyways, that's my big C of shrink to fits. And It's something I'm going to have to do some research on because maybe it's too much. Maybe I should only do it every so often, or honestly, I don't even know if I need to really do it until the very end of the level, kind of a thing. It's just something that I was doing as like a hyper optimization. And so I am wondering if, it wasn't a link. It was a very good small code snippet. A very simple example. Do you think STD for each is useful? Are we forgetting the arena bump allocator? All right, let's restart Spotify. Let's restart it. Maybe just the songs. I just hear like scratchiness and it's bothering me. Bothersome indeed. Spooky, scary skeletons. Yeah, art blocks, you can't post code or a link in chat or you get automated. You have to ask permission. If you need to post a link, let me know what you're trying to post and I can give you permission if I approve. We also have Paradigm have level stuff and good dependent OOP. So many links today. I know, Dig. What's up's getting busted too. Everyone's trying to write code. Weird complexity added with copy. Move stuff like the rule 3 and the rule 5. There's all the weird complexity added with copy and move. Yeah. I like started following the rule of 0, 3, and 5 a little bit. And yeah, that was a pain in the ass. Once you add your own destructor, they're like, all right, you need to add a move and a copy with it, which is annoying. But it helps you make like a deep copy with intention. Otherwise, you might be losing data every time you move your classes around, which is kind of crazy. You do think it takes a bit off track in an overwhelming way when learning? You're using learncpp.com to learn C++. There you go. Smart pointers are just reference counter. Automatic cleanup reference counter are ubiquitous. When is that versus just a 4, especially after the 4 element was added? So yeah, I haven't experienced any slowdown in my game once I added the shrink to fits. I could in the long run, like I think if I am going to be continuously adding enemies, then I guess I wouldn't want to reclaim that memory from the vectors, because then the vector would just reuse those empty memory slots.
Come on.
Which would be useful. So it's already like once it grabs the memory, it lets it go. But then I could maybe create like an outer like size rule. Like if I notice that a vector is getting like super big, then I can start to use the shrink to fit on it. Like maybe once I've exceeded, like maybe if there's like over 50 enemies or something, 30 enemies on stage in a particular vector, then I can be like, all right, now it's time to reclaim some of that memory. Perhaps maybe I could do something like that. So that way it's not like constantly clearing every single time. Be like maybe an alternative way to do it. Ghost Saigon, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. Welcome in. You don't agree with smart pointers being the default way to deal with things? Is that because do you consider the smart pointers to be like an added bloat or something? I personally lean heavily on smart pointers because I've been, concerned with memory leaks. So I've wanted to be able to make sure stuff is handled. But memory leaks happen in like the most surprising ways. Like smart pointers are good generally, I think, as a starting point. That would be my tip to you. Art blocks is start with smart pointers to understand. But it's also good to understand raw pointers as well. Let's see. So let's get back to that load projectile. And so I'm feeding in on the resets and also the initial creation. Is that where I'm getting when it instantiates? I run this for the first time here. And again, I'm running. Where am I getting that? Oh, I must set that. That is coming from. Oh, so this is where I'm doing the math. So I create like an origin based on this. And then that's fed into everything. That's if it's a right. And then there's the left. How's the right different? The Y. The Y is not different. So that does not need to be computed again. So it's origin Y minus half height, origin Y minus half height. But the origin plus 10% width minus 10%. So that's, that doesn't need to be run twice. Run that once. And oh shit. That is being run once because it's in the condition. All right, never mind. How am I setting the target point? So it is anchor point, and then the Y is based on target. Where does target Y come from? What do I do? So that's the one dynamic piece. But I'm saying the X matches the anchor, The anchor is defined by half width. The anchor in the actual, let me see on the spike shot. I don't think I actually ever paid attention to the anchor for the spike shot. You don't buy the best way to do things. No one knows the best way, at least for generic things. So the anchor is way high. But I didn't set that in the database for target Y on the spike shot. It is a reel. So what did I say in the projectile part here? Fart. In the projectile fart. Just 50%, eh? Where did I come up with the origin? Origin must be the top left corner of the anchor point. So that's 50%. It needs to be like 70%. No, that'd be like show me your anchor points. End of the day, it's just about tools, smart versus traditional. Pointers have their uses and trade-offs. There is no real best, just like there's no best in Phillips versus flathead screw. There's just definitely wrong ways to do things. But there's a lot of right ways. The target point looks good. And then let's see. Do we get a decent... Well, that target point's low as hell. Where is the anchor? Oh, the anchor's up high. I can't see it there. Anchor is high as shit. But that comes off on the target.
Come on.
So that's 50%. And honestly, I'd like to raise it up a little bit. So 70% is a little too far. So we're going to go to 60. Certis, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. So you're not saying they're not useful. I'm actually challenging the smart pointer as the way to do it
Come on.
is exponentially faster. So does the extra few percentage points of speed really matter? See, smart pointer is the way to do things instead of keep it simple and use whatever if you need it way of thinking. Especially with C++, people like to argue performance every chance they get. Doom, thank you for the follow. Ain't that the truth? Got a lot of passionate coders here. Bashon. Guess I could use that. It's not running the reverse animation. That's a problem. Sylvia, thank you for the follow. Keep it simple is the most useless and repeated advice I heard in software engineering. New programmer probably need to hear it once or twice. The funny thing is, too, when you start learning C++, it's like, it's funny what people define as simple, you know? It's like, oh, God, that's simple? What do you mean? No, it's none of this is simple. It's all hard. Everything's difficult. Everything's convoluted. But it isn't. You just got to get used to what the deal is. Yeah, it's so weird, to be honest. Keeping, like, defining what simple is, I think the best way to, like, translate the term keep it simple is find the techniques that you understand best and then build from that. It's like, I forget the exact example. There was a situation, though, where I didn't quite fully grasp a certain part of C++, and I knew I just wanted to achieve a certain functionality. And I was like, okay, well, there's certainly a way that I can do this based on on fundamental knowledge that I have, but I know there's got to be a way better way to do this. But I ended up doing like the convoluted, like kind of more like nuts and bolts sort of way of doing it and got it to function. But then I later like learned a much more efficient way to do it. And then I said, okay, well then I'm going to do that because it simplifies it in the sense that I don't use as much fundamental simple code. So it's really like you got to first define what simple means and then you say keep it simple, when it's really just to say use what you know. It's like writer's advice. You know, they say write with language that you use yourself, right? It's also with when you're writing lyrics for songs. It's like write with words that you actually understand and use in day to day. Don't go to like a thesaurus and use like complex, convoluted sounding things that you don't fully grasp what they mean. It's use what you know and grow from there. But Art Blocks is getting like a healthy dose of what it means to ask people what's the best way to do things. And it's like, in the end, do your own research, find what works for you. Because a lot of times it's like the same. It's the same with so many things in life. Like say you're trying to learn about nutrition or anything. There's always going to be confirmation bias. Anything depends on like how you search for things. You're like, why are smart pointers the worst thing? And into a search engine, and you'll find people that say smart pointers are the fucking worst. And then if you type in why are smart pointers the best thing, you know, and you'll get the same shit. Smart pointers are the best because of this. And it's like you have to make up your own mind. Because there's literally every kind of information with every bias is out there. So you have to make your own opinion about it all. Use it. See how it feels. See how it works. The confirmation bias. I'm a fucking loser. Everything, the world is burning. Everything sucks. and you just go and look on the internet for 10 seconds and you're like, yep. Ugh. Like every single one of you guys, everything you're saying can be like confirmed multiple times over, even though they're opposing views like on the internet 1,000 million times over. So it's like, you're all right and you're all wrong. It's just like, what's the path that's like right for you? That's the way you turn down the noise and find a path. That's typically all I end up confirming. I asked all my questions on Twitter to keep myself humble. Classic what's up dog water takes. Yeah. Or she's poking the what's up bear. And is hot dog water really all that bad when in the world exists bong water? Come on. That's the worst water. Simple should depend on the software requirements, not your current skills. My goal is to write a 3D engine with the scope compared to Godot. And when I talk to people who never use reflection, they think I am overcomplicating things. Well, what's up is, I think you're taking more the black belt badass route, which is what I try to take, which is use the solution that is best fit to the problem at hand. And if you don't understand it, learn it. I like that approach. But when you're first learning something that's really complicated and it kind of intimidates you, you just try to get a working knowledge and then you try to start building stuff with it, with what you know. And it's going to be wrong. Build stuff that's wrong. Build stuff that breaks. And then slowly figure out how to do it better over time as you add complexity to how you understand how everything works. It's through breaking things. It's like it's your path to learning. I think what's up, your opinion, your approach is like advanced and like you're well established in what you understand. So it's like people can't, as an amateur, jump right to that. There's a path to get to where you're at. And that's pretty much what I talk about, like what I'm saying. Because I'm still learning. I feel like you guys out there have been coding in C++ longer than me. You seem, have a deeper grasp than I do. But at the same time, I've been coding for like the last, 20 years, 18 years of it, like professional. And I know that in the end, it's all a matter of getting it done and just find a way to get it done and bug free as long as the code runs. It's okay if it's a little shitty. Anyways, I got to refine how I'm setting this target point. The origin. How did I set the origin? How did I forget about the origin? What did the origin come? Does the origin set in the level? Oh my God. How did I forget about the origin? We got to add a highlight to the origin. I forgot that I put an origin. So now I have an anchor point, a target point, and an origin point. And I'm using all of them for different things. I forgot. I forgore. I forgore. When you've been building something for so long that you start to forget the things that you built. I think your approach is good. Get the job done within the time frame you have. Yes. I always thought of myself as like MacGyver, or like just basically fixing things with paper clips and bubble gum when you're under deadline pressure with clients and stuff. Sometimes you're just like, how do I get this working based on my knowledge today? Or is there some research that is like a very minimal learning curve that can help me get this done faster? And it's just a matter of like deciding how long it's going to take you to study versus how long it can take you based on the knowledge you have now, based on the time and pressure of the situation, and whether or not your solution is like feasible. There's like all these things that you factor, but in the end, all that matters is that you get it functional and that it like you maintain your conventions, you know, your coding, the way you format your code and stuff. That's like that's the low bar. That's the bare minimum. And then the best way is to learn the best way to do it, you know, the most efficient way to do it. That's when you have more time, when you have infinite time. Why is the origin straight up in the, like this origin was meant to serve the, only the spike shot. Everything else, origin is going to be all distorted. God damn it. Look at this origin. That origin's a mess. I don't even know where that origin is. Oh, there it is. Wait, no, it's not. Never mind. Fuck. The origin is that little blue dot. It's only set like perfectly for the spike shot. And I'm like, fuck, how do I want to do this? I probably want to add like another column to the database and then just be dynamically adding the origin so that I can be in useful positions. This is only like, the origin is really just for projectile. For the projectile things. I might have to reorganize it. You just enjoy making outrageous claims like learn CMake? As long as your code isn't open source, you're the only one that'll ever know it's shit. Yeah. That's the stuff. What's up, Siebes? Morning, man. How you doing? I didn't manage to see the end of last stream VOD, but did you manage to fix the projectile bug? Siebes, I did. Yes, I did. Basically, the delay timing between shots was not being appropriately enforced. So I made sure that that was enforced consistently. And then I had to like retime how everything went. But yeah, that ended up working out. Sorry, Siebes, I didn't see your message until now. The problem is, Rian, that the truly advanced programmers do what's up. does for a long time and then completely drop all of it because it's nonsense. Or she is just out to get what's up. CMake is lovely. Kidding, it works, but oh man. I haven't used CMake. I just use whatever comes with the C. Is it the IntelliSense extension on VS Code? It like automatically creates like your config, you know? You got your different config files for your building and whatnot. I also try to maintain like the console command that I could use to, the terminal command to use to like when you're trying to compile with the command line. And then I also try to keep the other config files updated as well. Just because every time I add like a new file or something. You're just being spicy? I have noticed that, everyone's got a very particular way. I hope Heartflux didn't quit programming already and started learning pottery instead. Ignore these crazy people. Programming is going to be fun. It's, I think you'd be wise to listen to the insane people. Hear them out. Take a couple notes about what they're saying, and then go onto the internet, go into your textbooks, go into your actual code base, and test these theories and see what makes the most sense to you. Make your own conclusions. Draw your own conclusions. That's the only way. This is the way. But to have someone's opinion on what the way things should go can be like a spark, but it doesn't have to be like a fire to burn down every code base you make because you do things differently. Use that spark to learn about how you might change doing things going forward, or maybe just decide, I see the merit in it. I understand what they're getting at, but it's not for me. I'm moving on, keep maintaining what I'm doing. You just make up your deal. Let's at least get the attack 3 working. I'm just going to abandon the origin thing for now, and I'm going to revisit that later. And I just want to see why the attack 3 animation is not showing for the reverse shot. And then I'll later position the origin point of the animation to be at like the tip of the mouth, when it does like the spit. I'll do that later. I might even use both the target and origin for the reverse shot. Could work. Could go both ways. Pottery, are those people saying that's interesting way. Interesting take. Are the potters sane? One of my favorite mugs is ceramics. Pretty sure this teacup is ceramic. My tea is cold now. It's very cold. And it is also gone. All right. I thought I had it here. Why? Okay, so reverse attack. Why are you not being detected, bro? If target X is greater or equal to the target point X plus 5, that should work. Oh. Yeah. I need to actually define that into the header. because we have to persist that data. Fine. That may have been why it was jerking. Because then it was starting on the attack 3 and then would finish on attack 2. All right, let's build that. At least we fixed one thing. It wouldn't have been cold if you had been optimizing your heat collection. Poor algorithm even strikes again. Damn you, reawakened. It's because I'm sitting here reading chat, forgetting my tea exists. Software engineer is relatively new. There isn't much established science behind how to write good software. Everyone just do whatever they think is right and fight over it. Especially if you talk about it on Twitch. Well, soon enough, we won't have to write code at all. None of us will have to do anything. We won't have to think with our brains. All we got to do is walk around and, buy stuff. And then eventually we won't even need to do that. We'll just walk around. There'll be nothing to do. I'm just glad I lived in an age where I got to experience doing things. And eventually, none of us will do anything ever again. It will be our life, and so be it. All right, we're going for the reverse shot. Do it. Boom. Ooh, and his mouth actually matches up with the origin, so it looks legit. Oh, you only shoot once and then you never shoot again? Well, we get the first shot off, so that's a problem. So reverse shot's not properly resetting, but it looks good. So let's look at that. What the full is your... Oh, is reverse attack not getting set back? No, that wouldn't be it. It would be trap. No, that's not trap. Piranhas. Here it is. That's why. Oh, God. We also got to add in attack 3 for the piranhas. This part that I have to actually use detection of their name to decide what to do at the end of the frames, I'm like... The way I tend to build things is instead of coming up with like a very efficient, organized way initially, I'll like start with... I'll just build with whatever works. And then once I have like a number of things, like these different arcanas all working together, then I'll find a way to like more efficiently communicate between them and see where they're overlapping and try to bring some of the code together. Or I might end up just like creating a bunch of classes that represent each one of these individual arcanas. So I get away from all these conditional statements and checks. I'm not sure if I'm ready for that. You were asked if software engineering was even a real degree. What the fuck? That's kind of insane. Considering how much software the world is like absolutely reliant on now, it's kind of a joke that they wouldn't take it seriously. All right, keep turning and spitting. Keep turning and spitting. So he does still, that first frame of the animation, he like sinks. And I need to add like an additional frame or something so he doesn't sink. Oh, yeah. Only 18 months and 3 months in devs will be jobless. I think software will still be marketable, still be something you can sell. You know, I still think you'll need knowledge to build things for a while yet. But in the end, you also just need the wherewithal to kind of put it all together. You know? It's like everyone can make soap, but why isn't everyone making like a soap company and selling soap? You know, to like pick a random thing, and it's like, why isn't everyone doing that? Even if you can do something lightning fast, doesn't mean that you shouldn't. Don't you mean computer science, computer engineering? Wasn't computer engineering like the actual, like, you're building the actual computer, right? And then software engineering is different. Yeah, so what I was talking about was software engineering. But computer engineering is like, I don't think you get paid as much maybe, but like it's still very useful, obviously. What's up, Lloyd? Say you like a game mode you used to play and original devs no longer support said game. Can you then copy its idea? Not meshes, just idea? I think that would be fine. Yeah. Bringing back a game that doesn't exist anymore. I mean, come on. If people can remake the same shit over and over, then yeah, but you're limited to, you know, not copying their designs. But you even got to be careful about mechanics these days. I mean, look at Pokemon and Pal World. Computer engineers hardware with a little bit of software. Yeah. Like you're writing C or assembly and it's usually just for small controllers, stuff like that. Interesting. There are millions of C++ devs, but not necessarily all of them are modern C++ programmers, whatever that means. I know quite some that use C++, but in a simple way. To be fair, though, with Palworld, they should have expected that outcome. They tried to copy Nintendo of all people. Yeah, true. That's the other thing you could ponder, but then you also got to think of like, God, what was it called? Dark and Darker. That whole story where they had been part of this team on this other game company, and they were basically making like a Dark and Darker style game, and like all the coders and stuff didn't agree with the direction of the game or something. For whatever reason, they left that company and said, fuck it, we're going to just build our own game. And they ended up making Dark and Darker. And it had a lot of like similar functionality because they literally were the coders for that game, that other game. So then they came over and made Dark and Darker. And then Dark and Darker was like out and wildly successful. And so the original game developers, the people who owned the IP, said that like, oh, the people who made Dark and Darker stole our assets and all this fucking shit. So that's like one where it's like, it just kind of depends on how you're doing things. And they didn't have the Nintendo resources, but even smaller resource companies can come after you. I mean, I would ask like a lawyer, not me. But anytime you're like copying someone else's idea, you're running a risk. But at the same time, every game idea has been created, so it's like hard not to be doing something that's already been done. So it's like you should expect that some of your game is going to have a little overlap with some other game, That's just kind of the way it is at this point, because there's literally like millions of games. So just the way it is, it's about putting your own spin on it. And certainly don't like plagiarize and take other people's stuff verbatim. It's like the way they used to, I remember seeing this clip of like a guitarist talking about how younger, older generation guitarists, how they used to function was they would go to a concert and they'd see like a really amazing guitarist up on stage play like amazing shit. And they would like watch how they do it and they'd be like, wow. And they'd try to remember as best they could. And then they would run home and try to replicate it. But it wasn't like getting the exact tablature or sheet music and videos and all this stuff to like copy it exactly. They had to kind of remember and kind of like create their version of what they thought it was. And so in that way, they're like inventing their own take on it. But nowadays, if you're just capable of copying things perfectly, and that's just like kind of kills a little bit of that innovation, a little bit of that stretch of like, the creativity of it. So always remember to put your spin on things. Take it a step further. Do something weird with it. Take it in like in a new direction slightly, even if it's just a few inches in a new direction. Be careful and don't assume a game isn't IP. They could sell off the rights to someone else. Ooh, that's true. It's an old game dead, though. It's no longer safe to play the game. Are you talking about Warhawk? Because that game was like, it's like a multiplayer game that died because they just shut down the servers. What's up, Glitch? No, you're talking about the old Call of Duty. Ooh. Copying of Call of Duty would probably not be a good idea. It's too big. It's too famous. Unless you just put your spin on it and make it much different, then maybe you might be okay. But I would tread very lightly, sir, because I don't think there's a person on all of Twitch that hasn't heard of Call of Duty. Yeah. What's Up has the right response. Ouchie. Would not recommend. Not even if it's the old zombies. I would say you can make a zombie mode game and create like a fresh take on zombies. Give it a whole different vibe. It's okay to like just make a zombie game. Don't make your own zombie game. Take some elements from the Call of Duty that you liked about that, but then like add some of your own spice to it. Make it something different. Be safe with it, because otherwise you might get crushed. It's like the people that would make like mods of games that are like insane, like basically new like renditions of games. And then the original IP would come out and be like, yeah, you can't put that out. Like, didn't they do that for Chrono Trigger? I think they like remade like a 3D version of it or something, like just made by fans. And then the actual company that owns Chrono Trigger, which I don't remember who they are, but one of the big ones, they came out and just said, you can't do this. All that work wasted. Carl on duty? Carl on duty, baby. After taco night? Ugh. Big rip. No, Lord, make a zombie game. Do it. Just like take the most core fun things about the Call of Duty that you liked from the zombie thing, but then add a bunch of fresh stuff to it. Make it look completely different. Make it your own take on it. Do it. Just don't just copy their game. Do something fresh with it. But it's okay to have like shared elements with it. But if you're literally like frame for frame copying everything, all the pacing, all the balancing, everything, you're saying you're not using like the design meshes or whatever, but like you do something that's kind of similar, and you're walking a fine line, especially with Call of Duty is like one of the biggest games in the world, meaning they have Nintendo money. So I wouldn't fuck with them, basically. The geniuses that made Plants vs. Zombies 3 were shocked when they got a cease and desist. Really? Well, like for instance, everyone keeps saying that my pea shooter, my guy looks like a pea shooter. So I'm actually going to look it up right now. I want to see how what the Plants vs. Zombies pea shooter looks like. Okay. So this is their version. And this is my version. Theirs has eyes. Theirs doesn't have a big floppy tongue. Their leaves are at the base. Mine's at the top. I have like a darker green. Theirs is like a little more cartoony. It's not the same. Like I said, I wasn't referencing this, but people keep saying, oh, that's the pea shooter. And you want to know why? It's because the lips at the end turn into an O to spit the thing. So they're like, oh, that's the pea shooter. They take one little feature. Like his doesn't even have thorns. It's like a tiny little stem where my stem's huge. It's like, bro, I'm making my own thing over here. So I'm good. It's all good. You can have similar ideas, but have your own take. And again, this guy doesn't just pea shoot, and he's not shooting peas. He's actually shooting like thorns, basically like little thorn balls. He mainly is just like he does melee. So he takes a bite, but when the enemies are far enough away, I want him to do projectiles so that way he can hit flying units as well as enemies that are farther away. But he doesn't have a lot of armor, so he does get kind of taken down. you'll notice a lot of my ideas have like influences from like a lot of games. But again, it's always like kind of my own take. Like it's a very warped take on other games. Like this is not a normal looking like pea shooter, but I didn't take it from that. For me, it was I want to see if I can remember the Mario egg shooter. It was the egg shooter? What? Wait, let me see. Where is it in game? I was more thinking the egg shooter. So it was the egg shooter that was influencing me for the plant guy. So like, I'm just kind of like wanted that functionality, wanted it to kind of shoot a thing, but it's not shooting an egg, it's not shooting a pea, and it doesn't look the same to any of them. Have you played Duty Calls, an actual parody game? Tetris Owns by EA as well. Ooh, shit. I like Call of Duty, Black Ops. What the hell? Carl Winslow was that? That was the cop on Steve Urkel. Family Matters. Was it Family Matters? Squaresoft squished the 3D Chrono Trigger. Ah, yes. Yes, indeed. EA lawyer is coming for you, Rian Arts. That clearly an infringement of the pea shooter IP. Oh no! No, it isn't. Shut up. It's just the mouth, dude. Like literally the shape on the mouth. And I'm sorry, like that's just the way. It's fine. I'm like, I don't fucking care, because everything else about it is different. And I'm pretty sure it's not even animated the same. Actually, I don't know. I really don't remember how the Plants vs. Zombies is animated. This is just my own take on it. It's like vaguely influenced by the egg shooter from Mario from memory. I just drew this all from memory. Like how it just came from my imagination basically, but I knew I wanted like a circular mouth at the end when it was shooting. And that's it. Their version looks similar to the Pokemon Bellsprout, so they would really wouldn't really have much defense. Yeah, there you go. Theirs don't wiggle like that. Mine's a wiggler. Mine also shoots in two directions because I'm managing my game. It has like a 2-directional thing. And then when it's up close, it goes into melee mode. And it's got this big sloppy tongue to kind of just give it like almost a mimic type presence, if you will. And then the pea shooter is just so that it's still useful outside of its melee, because its melee range is so short. It needs to shoot projectiles. And anyways, I like Piranhas. I think it's like a good mishmash of like concepts. I originally was thinking of it too because of Mario, the Mario Piranha Plant, which is like, you know, the red with polka dot thing with actual teeth. Like, it's influenced by all these things, but it looks like none of them specifically. I just made it my own thing. Definitely brings out the alien in the plants, or just seen too many movies. There's nothing wrong with that. I've certainly seen way too many movies. I love shows. I love movies. I watch more like movies and shows than I do play video games and stuff, because usually I'll be like watching a show or a movie or something while I'm creating for the game. You know, like it's all my time is going into the game. So it's like, I don't got time for games. But I think I'm at the point where I'm about winding down. I'm glad I got this animation going. It needs a little bit of love. This like lower frame right here, from here to here, it's too jarring. So I need to create like a middle ground, like raise the head up or something. So I'm going to create that first frame, or maybe just create a whole new frame in front of it. And then I need to obviously clean up the other sizes. The Piranhas is persisting, man, but we're almost there. We just need this animation. We have all the animations now. Like the rank 1 is done. Just needs like a little bit more, like maybe one more frame. But that's going to be the entirety of the animation and functionality for it. We just need to clean up rank 2. Which this is all a mess, and then we need to create the size for this guy, and then we need to do just the range for the big guy. So there's still quite a bit of animation to do left on this thing, but we're getting there. We're getting there. I'm really hoping this week it's capped. I'm hoping that I can really finish it the next day or so. Lucky I can't do that. Only listen to music. Not that good at multitasking. That's why the music that I have on stream has no lyrics. We only listen to music that is instrumental. It distracts me too much. But then also it always happens on stream where chat starts to distract me too much, and then it's because I'm getting tired and I can't do any more work. And then I just like start to peter out, and I start blaming chat for everything. I'm just kidding. It's just the way it goes. When you code or do art for a while, you just gotta get burnt out. Oh my God, Reawakened with the 5 get the subs. Let's go.
Awakened_games has gifted 5 subs to views.
Dude, you're awesome. Thank you so much, man. It's always someone else's fault. You now you're thinking like a programmer, Lord. Let's go. Bam, coding. Bam. Reawakened, you are too generous. Let's see. I need to create a commit message here. Piranhas updates new art. Just want to push that. Have a good night. Man, you're awesome. Thank you so much. Good talk, everybody. Thanks for the education. I'm going to go sleep. So here's my tutor fee. Thank you, man. Guys, I think I am going to start looking for someone to raid because I think I need to chill. It's been hard pushing on this. I'm sad I didn't get to the steel trap more. There is actually some base coding for the steel trap. Let's take another gander at it. This is the art for the steel trap. It's just going to be as soon as enemies walk on it, it gets them, and then you have to click to reset it. And hopefully that's a good experience. I'm trying to make each Arcana kind of unique, you know, and this is the first time you'll actually have to click on it to reset it. I might actually make it like a part of the quick menu. But yeah, chill time. Let's go. So let's start looking for someone. I would normally go a little longer, but I'm just because I don't know whether or not I'm coming down with the cold. I want to make sure that I kind of take it a little bit easier. We went for 6 hours. Normally I go for about 8 hours. But yeah, I just want to take it slightly easier, make sure I don't get sick. Because it'd be much more devastating to get sick than try to push and get all the hours, you know? But I'll definitely be back on Friday. Even if I'm sick, I'll just come and cough all over you. But I don't think I'm going to be sick. I think I'm going to be fine. Positive thinking, guys. Positive thinking. We must be positive in the way that we think. Everybody knows that. Would you say 2D animation is easier than 3D? It'll be fine. Lord, no. I don't think either is. I think each one has its merits. I think 2D animation can probably be easier to get into, you know, doing like pixel art, because you just have to get good at art. And I think there's probably a deeper learning curve for 3D modeling. But once you've created a model and you've rigged it, you can reuse that same 3D model at different angles, different lighting, different textures. And so you can like take a model a lot farther, where like when you create a piece of pixel art, you can only draw it at that one angle. And every time you want the sprite to do something, you have to do all the frames for it. And if it's like turned slightly to the left, it's all new frames, you know? So in that way, that's a bit of a disadvantage. So they're both, I think, there's hard work in both of them. Doesn't matter what you pick. It's going to be hard. Don't use shared pointers. You never know where those have been. I like that one. Cheesy callback to the former conversation. That's a good one, Coden. Don't use shared pointers. You never know where those have been. Had to ask, since you wouldn't mind doing 2D, just don't know how. I like 2D because I like to draw. And I've learned about animation, like 2D, actual like drawing traditionally, and animating traditionally. And I did a lot of Flash games. There's a lot of dynamic animations and stuff I had to do. Like, it's just my bag. I like to do it. And I don't really like 3D modeling. It's too convoluted. And I never feel super connected to 3D games. Sometimes I do, but like for the most part, I feel more connected with like pixel art games. Just especially from like an artistic point of view. You quite like Diablo's approach to pre-rendered sprites. Yeah, stuff like, I mean, anything from Blizzard, their 3D stuff is like pretty good. But they also have a lot of like actual art that's also amazing. They basically do everything awesome. Just use sanitizer and have unit tests from time to time. You think Factorio didn't Factorio recently have a big old upgrade? Big old DLC? Big old DLC? All right, I'm trying to look for someone to raid. All right, I guess I got someone. Wait a second. Wait, what's this other guy doing? What's this other guy doing? Is that pixels? Do I see some pixels? This guy's got some pixels on the screen. We will raid this other guy. Meow, meow, meow. And we will do our after stream or end of stream tradition as soon as we start the raid. Oh, Space DLC. Yeah, I saw it. Looked pretty cool. I heard that they had like one of the big features was the the light rail or whatever. Fuck. That's not what I want to click. I want to click on this. I want to click on this, and I want to start this. It is our final song. We'll begin our raid. This guy is doing, looks like some pixel art and some Godot. I really enjoyed today's conversations. Very interesting. I love it when we get heated about code. I love thinking about code. Sometimes I get so lost in the pixel art that it's just nice to just think about the code for a little bit. There's just so much work to get done on the pixel art. You need a face on all that beautiful code. But I just want to say to you all, as always, thank you for watching. You guys are legends. You're the best. Reawaken, thank you so much for those gifted subs. Thank you guys for being so engaged in chat and keeping me going. Normally I would go longer, but let's be smart. Let's rest. And I will be back on Friday. Guys, have a good Halloween. Happy Halloween. Been a pleasure. Always a pleasure, Steves. Always a pleasure. What's up? Always a pleasure. Godin, see you later, man. I'm just going to let the raid happen when it wants to. I'm not going to push the raid now button. I don't do that. I just sit here listening to music. Oh, shit, it's going. Enjoy your chill. Thanks, man. See you guys on the other side. Have a good rest of your week. Happy Halloween.
Come on. Come on.